Mhm. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. This is the January 11th, 2024 work session for the Durham Public Schools Board of Education. I would love to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us. This time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us in person or online. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, students, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep us up to date on our strategic plan. Our interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Regiles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening. Our first item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Had a weather-filled week. We've had all kinds of excitement here in Durham Public Schools. We are thankful for our staff who have helped us navigate this with grace. And thank you for our students and parents and families for their patience. Let's all begin with a moment of silence. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval. Are there any changes, deletions, additions that we need to make to this agenda this evening? Hearing none, I welcome a motion.
Move approval of the agenda.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Lewis that we approve the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? Not all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. That brings us to our board work session minutes from November 2nd, 2023. Any changes that you all noted? If not, I would welcome a motion.
I move that we approve the Board of Education minutes from November 2nd, 2023.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Chavez and seconded by Chair Umstead. Any further discussion? Not all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. That brings us to item 5, general public comment. Don't see anyone signed up to speak this evening, but if folks come later, we could make room for that in our evening agenda. That brings us to the consent agenda items. The proposal to upgrade to Eureka Math Squared for our K-5 curriculum resources. This item has been presented and reviewed. Any questions, discussion, motions on this item on the consent agenda?
Move approval of the consent agenda. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers and seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 7, academic services, the final update. A long time coming on the 2018-2023 strategic plan. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, board members, Dr. Mbanga. Tonight, the administration brings its final update report presentation to you on the 2018-2023 strategic plan. This presentation represents a culmination of the past 5 years of comprehensive work in Durham Public Schools as we sunset the first district strategic plan, 5-year plan. At this point, I'd like to ask my colleague, Dr. Deborah Pittman, to come forward, and she will be presenting this item to you for your information.
Thank you, Dr. King, and good evening, board members, Dr. Mbanga. Next slide, please. So tonight's presentation is organized around the five priority areas. So we're going to do a brief reminder of what those strategic priorities are. And we're going to focus on the data outcomes, the metrics that we've been tracking over 5 years, and highlighting where the 5-year trajectory has brought us, and also we'll link to the most specific from the previous year to this year. As you may remember, the work for the strategic plan for each of the priorities was organized around priority champions or priority leads. And those were members of Dr. Mabenga's cabinet who were charged with ensuring that each of the 5 priority areas were implemented with fidelity. And in turn, senior level leadership served as goal team leads, and then for the goal team strategies, and then teams from across the school district, from schools and all of our departments were created to ensure the strategic plan was fully implemented. Tonight, the strategic plan, primarily the priority champions and the senior leadership, will highlight the data metrics for their priority area and their goal strategies. So let's go to the next slide. And let's go to the next slide. So just as a quick reminder, there were 5 priority areas. We all know these by heart, but for everyone, our listening audience included, the first and most important, well, I can say that, but the first priority area was to increase academic achievement. The second was to provide a safe school environment that supports the whole child. The third was to attract and retain outstanding teachers and staff. The fourth, to strengthen school, family, and community engagement. And the fifth, to ensure fiscal and operational responsibility. So let's go to the next slide and the next slide. And this is our dashboard. And for each of the priority goal areas this evening, you will see a similar dashboard. For the sake to begin, let's do a quick walk around what we will see on each chart. So in the top row that's red, it will indicate the priority area. And then you can see the blue row indicates the 5-year longitudinal monitoring for each of the goals within that priority area. This is a busy slide, but let's anchor our eyes on the color columns. The color columns mark the designation as to whether or not we met, exceeded, didn't meet, or were within a range of that annual metric. So if we look at the first major column, it says goal. That was the goal strategy for that priority, and we'll go through those in detail in a moment. But the next columns of metrics you can see are named the 2018-19 goal, followed by the actual result, and then a column was added to color code, how did it do? And so blue and green are great. So green means we met, blue means we exceeded that metric for that year. We've color-coded golden or yellow to say we were close, we were within range, but didn't quite make it. And then red or that pink indicates we did not meet that annual target. The trajectory of each of those years was incremental toward the ultimate goal that is highlighted in the final 3 columns. If you'll look at the last 4 columns, this is where we'll focus a lot of our discussion this evening, the 22-23 goal, followed by the 22-23 actual, followed by its color coding, and then a final column that was added that says, over the 5 years, did Durham Public Schools experience gains in that metric for that strategy? So let's get started. We'll stay on this slide, and now I'm going to go deep and just talk about the increasing academic achievement. So the first goal was that 90% of our schools would meet or exceed growth as measured by the state model. Now, you'll remember we went pretty deep with our data and our accountability model in September on the outcomes of the 22-23 school year, so I'm not going to go deep again this evening. But I want to call attention to the metric. It's hard to read on our slide, but the metric there is saying 84.9% of our schools met their growth. Well, in September, we talked about 88.2% of our schools met growth. And you'll remember the nuance of this was the state does not include in their accountability growth model our alternative learning programs. But our benchmark metric in our strategic plan did. And so this metric of 84.9 reflects that benchmark. But I do want to suggest, if we were to look at the state accountability model as referenced in our strategic plan, this metric probably should read 88.2%, and we might have gotten a golden color, a little closer within range. But I also do want to spend a minute celebrating that. If you'll remember, among our peer districts, Durham Public Schools ranked first with schools meeting or exceeding growth last fall from the 22-23 school year. And so that's a huge celebration. We worked hard to meet or exceed growth, and we're proud of that. And so we get a purple. And over time, over the 5 years, we did indeed experience gains. Now, the second goal, around 60% overall, meeting grade level proficiency. You remember we spoke a lot about this at our meeting in the fall. You can see that when we began the strategic plan, we got a green that first year. We were on our way. We were making proficiency improvements, and then COVID happened. And for the next year, there were no, the metrics were suspended in reporting. And then when we came back to in-person, you can see the impact that COVID had on our percent proficient. Although we have 3 red bars there, we have tremendous work that has been going on, and we have made improvements for each of those years. The schools were making up the losses around COVID and came so close to being back to where we were with pre-COVID achievement with this final year. The third metric we also spoke of last fall, it's our graduation rate, that our 4-year graduation rate for students in 9th grade would be at least at 90%. We are pleased to report that this last year we were at 84.3% of our students are graduating on time. But you can see it's color-coded red because we didn't quite make our 90% metric, but we have a tremendous celebration in that 84.3. And so from the start of the strategic plan to its conclusion, we did indeed make some gains. And then the final goal in this, on the academic achievement, was around 100% of teachers, leaders, and staff will use technology as a tool for student learning. And so each year we survey our faculty, and each year the benchmark statistic steadily increased. And so we exceeded what we thought through the 5-year plan. We landed at 91.5% of our staff are reporting that they're using technology, but we had set a 100% target. And so we color-coded that, didn't quite make it to the 100%, but we're above 90. And again, over the 5-year trajectory, certainly we made gains. And so we color-coded that purple. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Laverne Maddox-Perry, our Senior Executive Director of Student Support Services, who will share the accomplishments of Priority Goal 2. Next slide, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Good evening to you board members as well as Dr. Mbenga and the public. I wanted to share our excitement about what we believe to be pivotal advancements stemming from the work directly aligned to Strategic Plan 2018 to 2023 Priority 2. The 2 goals for Priority 2, just as a review, by 2023, 100% of Durham Public School will implement research-based cultural frameworks to support the social, emotional health and safety of students and staff. The second goal, by 2023, DPS will reduce the percentage of students suspended out of school from kindergarten through 12th grade to 4% or lower. On the dashboard displayed here, data reflects a trajectory towards goal attainment from 2018 to 2020, and then we experienced the pandemic. A closer look at Priority 2A, the first goal, shows that our schools committed to increasing their capacity through a research-based best practice to support the social, emotional health and safety of students and staff, with 100% of our schools selecting and implementing a cultural framework by 2023. If we take a closer look at Priority 2B, the second goal, specifically targeting reductions in our out-of-school suspensions, it shows that our numbers of out-of-school suspensions decreased by about 2 percentage points, and then we experienced an extended time of virtual learning. All the experts attempted to prepare schools and school districts for students and adults and families who would return to in-person learning with more socio-emotional needs and the possible need to restart some of the social emotional learning initiatives and paradigm shifts that we had already begun. As you can see, our number of out-of-school suspensions began to increase in 2021, 2022, and we concluded our strategic plan in 2023 without achieving our desired suspension rate of below 4%. We do, however, see the opportunity we now have by including a modified version of this goal in the new 2023-2028 strategic plan. We now have a process for analyzing the strategies and action steps that put us on the prior pathway to reductions in the percentage of students assigned out-of-school suspensions. We also have an expanded team, a blueprint from our earlier successes, and the renewed dedication to ensure a safe school environment that supports the whole child. At this time, I will ask Dr. Avila Singh to come forward.
Good evening, Dr. Mbinga, members of the board. Next slide. Thank you. Human capital rests at the center of our return from COVID. And without adjustment, the metrics related here, displayed here to priority 3, reflect the impact of return to in-person learning. Despite these challenges, there is a great cause for celebration of our priority 3 accomplishments. Our final teacher turnover rate, we estimate it to be at 21.5%, but it is not official from the state yet. But in conversation with DPI, we are actually going to come in about 0.5 percentage less at 21% for our final turnover rate for 2022-23. This percentage is consistent with statewide trends, but DPS celebrates the fact that from entering the last year of this strategic plan to the current one, we have reduced teacher vacancies from a high in excess of 400 to just under 100. Strategic planning has also significantly reduced EC, math, science, and bus driver vacancies. Targeted recruitment efforts, along with record employee bonuses and greater efforts to recognize the outstanding contributions and the outstanding work of our employees, has helped to reduce our vacancies. Every month, we enjoy highlighting the teacher and employee of the month, and those were efforts that were initiated under this past strategic plan, along with Spark recognitions for our employees and numerous other efforts to share the great work occurring in DPS. Additionally, as we strategize to ensure our classrooms were covered with a substitute fill rate of less than 50%, we improved the fill rate to just under 70% in 2 years. And I would note that this is with an increase in teacher absences. Our royal metric for this strategic plan is indicated by the purple coding in the increase of the hiring of employees who identify as Hispanic or Latino, yielding an overall percentage of 8.15% at the close of the strategic plan. While this was less than the 10% that is outlined as the goal, this is a huge increases for a 5-year time period for this hiring effort. We have consistently said it is not just about an overall percentage, but we have increased the percentage of teachers and administrators from the base year of this plan. If you dig deeper into the data, our greatest successes are in the increases we see in our instructional teacher and assistant teacher ranks. We have almost doubled our percentage of instructional assistants, and we have doubled the percentage of teachers. And this creates vast opportunities for succession planning as we seek to recruit and retain talented individuals to advance into our administrative ranks. The improvements in this metric have come through expanded efforts in our Triangle community across the state of North Carolina, strategic recruitment across the nation, and foresight that I would put up against any district for international recruitment. The best work that I must acknowledge has come through collaboration with our existing Hispanic and Latino learning community of employees who consistently provide us with good feedback on our efforts and what will garner better results. There was actually a meeting this afternoon, and we appreciate those employees. Regarding employee satisfaction, we initially experienced great gains in the first 3 years of the strategic plan. Then the final goal was adjusted from 85% to 91%. On the other side of remote work, however, we experienced significant decreases. However, we celebrate the fact that a focus area was on improving our response rate. And we had significant increase in the number of our employees responding to the employee satisfaction survey, especially among our classified personnel. Improvements included providing employees with an ability to complete the survey via cell phone. One of the greatest celebrations from our 3C goal included the creation of a more strategic focus on professional development for classified personnel, including the creation of a position to guide that work. Despite not reaching the goal of 91%, DPS employees still indicate a high level of satisfaction. As we strive to position our work for success under the improvements of the new strategic plan, we are excited about completing our state interviews this spring in the first year of this new strategic plan. The metrics of the new plan, along with our efforts, reflect a balance of not only assessing why employees leave, but why employees stay. In transitioning to our current strategic plan, there's a more targeted focus on key areas of recruitment with explicit goals for certain areas such as EC, bus drivers, and Black employment, along with Hispanic and Latino employment. The work has a greater focus on ensuring our community is more well-informed of multiple pathways to teaching. We continue to expand our partnership with area universities, such as NCCU, with not only the improvement of our TA to teacher programming, but the launch of Bull City Scholarship, for which we will have our first attendees this spring. This year, the first recipients will not only be named, but I would also like to acknowledge a historic cohort in DREAM at UNC Chapel Hill also. We have worked with Durham Tech to identify DPS graduates in their education program who will be transitioning to NCCU to complete their teacher education program. We will continue to focus on providing meaningful professional development opportunities to all staff, and we are super excited about ongoing collaborations to ensure staff have access to affordable housing. Now it is my pleasure to turn the microphone over to Sheena Cooper for Priority 4.
Good evening. Next slide, please. Board members, Dr. Mabenga. The focus of Priority 4 has been to strengthen school, family, and community engagement in Durham Public Schools. While the data before you provides details about just how far we were able to move the needle in this area, the true story is illustrated in the accomplishments of our collective work. I'm delighted to share those highlights with you this evening. Over the past 5 years, we have implemented targeted initiatives to bridge gaps between the district and its stakeholders. Improving the perception of our schools begins with a robust strategy to engage families, employees, and our community. Priority 4 saw the development of the district's strategic marketing and communications plan, the launch of the DPS mobile app, the creation of our online engagement platform, engage.dpsnc.net. These were critical first steps in building a culture of engagement across all communities. Our parents and our families are our strongest allies, and we certainly recognize this all throughout Priority 4. The strategic plan also launched the DPS Parent Ambassador Program. This program was designed to bolster engagement and messaging among parents and families, creating a core group of parent advocates who are committed to the success of our students and this district. Additionally, the creation of the Multilingual Resource Center allowed us to foster relationships and support the needs of our diverse learning community, specifically our Spanish-speaking families. MRC has mobilized across DPS and the greater Durham community to acknowledge language justice for all families. DPS's Family Academy was expanded to include all schools promoting meaningful, evidence-based family engagement across the district. To ensure our Spanish-speaking families exit the access test at a higher rate, the EL Prep Academy was established to provide additional instructional support to our students and families. Our commitment to shared responsibility has fostered a sense of community and collaboration, making sure that everyone within our school community plays a vital role in the success of our students. All DPS schools forged meaningful relationships with community partners who enhance and support learning within those school communities. These are just a few examples of this goal's impact within our district. We look forward to continuing our work to strengthen our relations with our families, with our community partners, and also with others within our community to strengthen our district. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Larry Johnson to share information about Priority 5.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabenga. With me, I have Executive Director of Planning, Matthew Palmer, and we're covering Goal 5, which is ensure fiscal and operational responsibility. The first goal is through 2023, DPS will exhibit fiscal responsibilities as measured by a clean external financial audit each year. And next slide, please. And receive Association of School Business Officers and Government Finance Officers Association certificates, which is done through our finance department and Mr. LaJour. As you can look at this goal, we've met everything in this goal with the exception of 2019-20, and that was during the COVID year, which we did not meet during that particular time. Goal 2, by 2023, 100% of DPS schools, including grounds, will maintain a high level of cleanliness, as evidenced by the Clean School Award. As you look at this goal, establishing the baseline data, what we tried to do was have incremental increases throughout the years from 70 all the way to 100%. As you look across, with the exception of the COVID year, the 2 COVID years, we met this goal. In 2021, we did not meet. We were asking for additional funding to increase staffing, but overall the goal was met in 22-23. Goal 3, by 2023, 100% of elementary schools will have adequate, appropriate classroom space to accommodate reduced class sizes in kindergarten through 3rd grade. And this was tied to Mr. Palmer and his staff with the assessment of elementary space, outlining redistricting parameters, and new construction, which is tied to growing together. New construction that has started with Murray Massenburg, the new with Glenn and other projects throughout the district, reassigning as well. As you can see, this goal was met throughout, with the exception of the final 22-23, which will be complete once we implement growing together. Our 4th goal was by 2023, DPS will improve the physical environment to enhance student learning. And this update emergency procedures responses. This goal was met all the way throughout, and you can see in 2021, we exceeded that. And the overall goal, finish light and things like that was achieved as well. And Mr. Palmer will talk about Goal 5.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. With strategic plan priority goal 5, what we do focus on within transportation, as you see, is that we are scored annually by NCDPI for efficiency, which is to say, again, how well we load our students, the overall capacity of the school bus in relationship to how many students are on any individual bus. If there's 72 seats, can we fit all 72 students? Unfortunately, When we went through COVID, the state stopped scoring us. So as a KPI, we have not received a score for the last 4 years. Most recently, of course, 22-23. What that does position us for is that starting next year, we will again receive an annual score from the state on our efficiency. We do score highly statewide, and as you can see in our first year, 18-19, we were well on our way to achieving the overall goal of 95.8 by 2023.
Currently, we are above 95%. Oh, and currently in 23-24, we're above 95% as well. Thank you. I'm gonna turn it back over to Dr. King.
Dr. King got caught listening to the presentation and not keeping up with the presentation. Board members, as we recognize these achievements, we cannot do so without acknowledging the priority leads, goal team leads, team members, as well as everyone throughout the district, teachers, students, and parents, school leaders who have worked to move our district forward in this space. We thank everyone for their dedication to this work. Some of the staff and goal team members are with us this evening. Ask any of those who are here to please stand and be recognized. And hopefully they understand that they are not to, we appreciate their work, but not to start resting because we get started on the new strategic plan tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. All right, so thank you very much. We'd be glad to hear any discussion and try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. Wanted to thank the team leads that were here on behalf of your teams to present today, and I appreciate you acknowledging all the work and all the people that spent so many tireless hours on these audacious goals that we set 5 years ago. I'm looking at colleagues to see who has questions and what discussion you all want to bring forth. It is been a lot of work. Some of y'all were here for it all the way through. Some of y'all are joining and continuing this work on, and we're appreciative of everyone in the DPS team. Yes, Ms. Umstead.
All right, I'll kick us off. Thank y'all so much for this work. I was on the committee who put the plan together 5 years ago. And I'm honored at how much progress we made. We know COVID interrupted many of that, the stay-at-home time, but we also know that we were able to pick up a lot of what we learned right after that. I do have a couple questions about some of the things that we learned, and we know that some of these same priorities are in the new plan, so how are we going to approach them differently as we look at the next 5 years? So thinking about suspensions, we know that suspensions increased after we returned to in-person learning. I'm wondering what are some of the whys we learned behind that and what we're putting in place to help that number go back down in the next 5 years.
That's a very good question, and it is a place that we've spent a lot of time. School leaders, district leaders that support schools, trying to figure out exactly what could have led to such an increase. And then in the second year after our full return, what I would consider, almost as big as an increase as we had in reductions. And what we found out is that it really came down to, we looked at the time of day, type of incidents that were leading to the suspensions, as well as all the other aspects of returning from the pandemic closures that include transitions in staff, which meant you lost some of the institutional knowledge around some of the practices that we had been doing. So there was an opportunity for us to reset and try to regain that momentum by increasing our school level and district level team trainings, as well as knowledge around all those initiatives and practices that we thought helped to lead to the gains in keeping kids in school in the beginning. And when it comes to how we're looking at the upcoming strategic plan, we have increased. We always ask, okay, who's missing from this conversation? And we've gotten an emphasis more on getting directly to students, teachers, and parents in a more assertive manner to ensure that the knowledge that we felt like we lost in some of the transition of people and time we can gain by an exponential increase through community outreach as well.
Thank you for that. I'm glad to hear that we've expanded and getting that student and parent and community members' perspective, because we know those are vital. And I often think about this number of decreasing suspension and how it works with the academic piece, right? If students are in really culturally rich and engaging and rigorous activity in school, I'm not gonna want to leave. I want to be in the building, right? If I have good curriculum, good friends, and connections with adults in the building. So I just appreciate that. My other question was on the transportation. Is the state picking back up the efficiency rating next year? Is that what I'm hearing? That they have stopped doing it?
So the efficiency rating is a part of the funding formula from the state of North Carolina for pupil transportation. As you know, for the upcoming strategic plan 23-28, working with our community and board, we understand that a priority may not be exactly, can we fit 72 students in 72 seats? More importantly, are students arriving to school on time? And by that I'm saying, we understand that the key performance indicator, that measure that we care most about, is on-time arrival, and that's where our focus has been and will continue to be, while being efficient at the same time. Again, Director Harris and our team are some of the best in the state at ensuring we're as responsible as we can be with our limited resources. It's an ongoing measure with the state. That's not going away, but we will be shifting our focus to timely arrival, which we have been through this past year. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then my last one is just a comment around retaining and some outstanding educators. I'm so glad to hear about the state interviews and the ways that we've been partnering with TCU, UNC, and continue to expand partnerships. I also hope we can think about, as another retention effort, doing more affinity groups. I know we have Somos DPS. I know we have an LGBTQIA group. I would love to see a Black male educator group as well that gets to meet whatever other affinities our teachers would like to see. But I think that's another way to increase impact. The awards are good, but they are our own one person or two people. How do we think about making people feel connected to the people in the building? And we know we have so many new teachers. Teaching is hard work, especially when you first get started. How can these affinity groups help support each other as they're navigating their teaching journey here in DPS? So those are all my comments. Thank y'all so much for all the work. And we're looking forward to 5 more years.
Thank you, Chair Umstead. I saw Ms. Rogers.
Thanks, everybody. I am appreciative of this work. It's been a long time that y'all have been supporting our educators and our students. My questions, I guess, go to Dr. Maddox Perry and stem from the portion of the presentation around suspension. My questions are around restorative practice coordinators and the training that's happening there. You mentioned increased training. What agencies are offering the current training that educators are receiving? Which educators get that training? And do we have any information about what percentage of our educators still need like some more training around the restorative practices? And if our principals, same thing percentage wise with our principals. And they have monthly PLCs, is that right?
When you say they
The
are
RPCs.
the RPCs, this year they have not had monthly. They do have PLCs. They actually have an opportunity to have their own PLCs in between their formalized PLCs led by members of Student Support Services. And I'm going to try to remember all your questions. I'm sorry, Ms. Rogers, but I think agencies. So agencies, it varies. We do have a standing contract with the International Institute for Restorative Practices. We also have worked with other local vendors and providers of those based on principal, request, if there's a standing relationship already, as the principals felt that this might be a type of presentation that would be more applicable at their schools. We have been supportive of that. That includes Caring Schools, I think is the name, and forgive me if I don't have it right in front of me. Some of them have full names. So we do have an opportunity to increase as well our outreach to get more involved in. And one of our goals is to try to have more and more local, because we are lucky to be in Durham, where there's a lot of people who are engaged in restorative justice, and some of that translates very easily into working with school staff. So we're doing that too. In terms of numbers, we're still trying to determine exactly how many people need additional training. We're working on onboarding because we have had so many new teachers, staff, RPCs themselves, principals. And so we're working on a plan, as Dr. King said, as we leap right into the upcoming strategic plan. Work on a plan for increasing that training at the school level. Did I answer wrong?
Yep, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you for bringing this to us. This is not a new conversation with the team because we actually got to go over this material and kind of sit with it a little bit, right? And take in the positive upward trends, take in the places where we were really close, but we didn't really get to where we wanted to be. And the conversations that are happening around what is needed in terms of the strategic plan, we have to realize like the strategic plan touches on major topics, major things, but it is not the totality of the work that has to happen. And so I wanted to just hold some space for the work that will not be reflected in terms of the metrics, but yet are connected to these metrics. And part of that is to change culture, right? And that is not something that you can quantify sometimes, but it is about Sonia Marquez, for example, a woman who worked in DPS. And, I just Googled her name up and it says she has an astounding 23 years of being in education. So she's been 23 years in the educational space. And she used to work for us. And she made a request to become the first Latina principal. She's the daughter of Mexican immigrants who worked in the fields, providing food for us, right? The hardworking immigrants, migrant farm workers who pick the crops that allow us to be nourished and allow us to go to the store and have the convenience of that. The dream of her family and her ancestors. This woman was with us and made that request. She wanted to be the first Latina principal. And it didn't happen. And she left, and now she's actually talking everywhere. And the word on the street is DPS is a very hard place. If you happen to be Latina or Latino, you will sit for a long time. The committees will not ever represent your constituency. The committees will look very biased because they are not reflective of the demographic composition of DPS. And until we fix those committees that are actually making those recommendations, some people will not stand a chance. Some people will be told that they are, they won't say they're incompetent, but they will say that they may not meet certain things, like maybe they don't interview well. That is a very subjective thing. And until we change culture and really embrace multilingualism, multiculturalism, and shared experiences of people who come from different walks of life. Who was sitting here jumped the fence at 5 years old. So I'm telling you, like, I really take this very personal at what we're seeing here in terms of not meeting our metrics, and we're very close. I get that. We should applaud ourselves. We tried. 10% is not fair. And we didn't even meet 10%. 8.8%, that's an attempt, and we can say we're within the we're close enough to meet a 10%, but that 10% is not reflective of the constituency that we have that is very much diverse. And when you look at DPS, we're upwards of 34%. And so I just want to hold space for the work that we're doing and the ways that we can say we're on the right path, and the ways that we're also needing to address things that will not be addressed by the strategic plan. And that is the work of equity, and that is the work of justice, and that is the work of listening. And I appreciate Dr. Lassane mentioning the group. I do know that there's a group of very hardworking people, including some of the people who are in that cabin translating this meeting right now, you know, who meet and have talked about upward mobility and what that looks like in DPS. And we have 0 Latino principals, 0 Latine, inclusive of all the diversity and intersectional identities, 0 Latine principals right now. And we have, I believe, 2 assistant principals that are Latino. And that's the number that we've had for the last, since we actually even had our first, like, 2. It used to be Sonia and Jose Cardosa. And right now it's Jose Cardosa, Sonia left, and we have Luis. And so we just have to sit with that. For a district that serves 34%, upwards of 34%, families that look like me, right? My mom didn't speak English and I had to translate for her. And so I'm just saying, like, we really need to, like, amp that up. And I'm not trying to knock the work that has happened, because we've gotten to 8%, but 8% is not commensurate with 34, upwards of 34%. And so I think the pipelines that we have with Durham Tech, my alma mater, NCCU, UNC Dream, which Emily worked with, and that is important work. The ways that we continue to think about these pipelines, and those are all great. But we have to create the conditions for people to want to stay and recommend us. Because as much as all these endeavors that we do, and we can go out and try to get people here, if the word on the street is that DPS is a very hard place for upward mobility and equity for people that look like me, people that look like Sonia, people that look like Jose Cardosa, who's been here for 5 years as an assistant principal, then that means this is not the place that is growing talent and not retaining talent. And so this is not a surprise. This is exactly what I shared in that meeting. And I want to hear from community as well about how they feel about that. And I've actually heard, so I've heard how they feel about that. I'm just saying, I want community to speak about that to you all and provide that opportunity. And I thank Dr. King for making himself available. At that meeting, when I said this, he's like, I'm interested, let's talk, let's figure this thing out. And so there will be more opportunities to have these conversations, but it's important for us to name the elephant in the room. Not having one single principal that is Latino is a disservice to families that are hardworking, some of whom have generations here, you know, in and out, because migratory work, farm worker work is not work that is steady all the time. People actually go back. Sometimes the language is not acquired, and people have, you know, these migration patterns have been studied over a long time. The United States has been relying on agricultural labor for a long time, and we would not be the nation that we are without farm workers. And so I just want us to continue to honor pioneers like Sonia, Jose Cardosa, and others who were the first 2 assistant principals, and do right by them and many others who want to serve our children in the school district that has many of these children. Thank you.
Okay, I know you didn't ask a question, but I do want to take this as an opportunity to say, I hear you as the head of human resources, and we have these conversations front and center from the work that we have been doing, specifically in human resources, as well as the priority 3 work. And so I think we have lots of wonderful things in place. But I do think that there are practices that we're looking at with best hiring practices. How do you diversify teams? How do you do those things? So I will just say, we hear you. It is front and center, and we welcome feedback and actually look for that feedback from, like I mentioned, some of the outstanding employees that always keep it real with us and say, these are things that you should consider. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Thank you, Ms. Valladares, for holding that truth here for us all to continue to push forward with. Other comments, questions, Ms. Chavez? And then Ms. Lewis?
Thank you all for this full presentation. So much work has been done. My appreciation and looking forward to seeing how we continue and build off of what has done with a lot of attention to our subgroups. My question is also for Dr. Maddox Perry about the suspensions. And my question is specifically around, I know I've brought this up before, but about students who are suspended for substance use. And I wonder if there are, or what opportunities you see to support students who are in violation of our substance use policy and who may be using substances to self-medicate and who may not be able to access DEAC, if I'm saying that right, because of the level of parental involvement that's required. I know I've brought this up before, but just wondering and thinking about our goal around partnerships as well to expand those. Are there other organizations or entities that we haven't thought of thus far, or that you are thinking of in sort of re-examining this goal?
Yes. And in addition to looking at, of course, our partnerships and other agencies, we actually are thinking about how we can have, be creative and innovative and think about programming that we could offer. One thing that we've heard from a lot of families and principals when the offer is made for DEAC and the families are having to decline it, it has to do with easy accessibility. And so what kind of programming could we be offering on our campuses if that's possible? And that could mean a 2 or 3 year commitment from a staff member or from our departments to figure out who would receive that training, because it would require some specialized training, but we are committed to making something like that happen over the next few years.
Thank you. I appreciate that work and just look forward to seeing growth in that area around suspensions. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Situated here. So hearing this presentation, I just think of people without a vision will perish. And this vision has been set, has been the North Star in guiding this district over the past 5 years. I was also a part of the creation team. And to sunset it, I feel like we need to have cake and ice cream. Like, this is a celebration of progress. It's a celebration of progress, and not that we're where we want to be with our students and families and as a community, but progress that we actually set goals and kept it at a forefront. And there's a living document that did not just sit on a shelf. So kudos, and that's what I celebrate with this DPS administration, educators, staff, all included, who has been doing the work, but now it's just captured and making sure that we are following it with a fine-tooth comb. And I took a minute to laugh and wanted to give you a second to sit down, Dr. Maddox Perry, because my question is for you also. The priorities of this board is very similar, right? So I know and appreciate accessibility and working on a plan for what it looks like for us, for children who their substance abuse suspensions. You mentioned that this is an opportunity with this plan to modify goals, and the goal numbers are higher than what they were previously. So just, I guess, more realistic, but still a little higher than we might want it to be. I remember we had, when those first coming through, getting rid of in-school suspension and doing restorative practices, we often got updates on with these metrics, with how often, what the metrics were with restorative practices and suspensions. Will we still get that even though that's not in this strategic plan?
It's in there. We
Okay.
have not abandoned that practice of monitoring how much time students spend outside of the classroom and in revamping what our restorative practices centers look like. As we said, we have to have restart. We have had transition there. So that's not an abandoned practice by us. And yes, you will, as you know, as our superintendent and Dr. King see fit, we are happy to continue to share updates on those things with you.
And then when the ESSER funding, we had additional positions, behavior specialists, interventionists, and things of that nature, and that we still saw the numbers went higher. And again, there's not a A to B, there's a couple of different factors. You talked about the environmental factors, historical knowledge, the vacancies and things of that nature. So we know that the system works all together. Where are we now that ESSER funding is exhausting and ramping up the student support services personnel right now?
Well, we have been communicating with our superintendent and other members of cabinet leadership about what is possible in being able to, continue those things that we have found to be helpful and useful in
Mhm.
making gains. But we also are thinking about what's possible and what could we add to our team. And as we're thinking about moving into the new strategic plan, we also have been looking about what's high leverage, because we always have to prioritize resources. We have limited resources. So what are our high leverage practices? And that's why we've been spending kind of a long time reflecting on what things were working in the first 2 years, what things have changed, and where we need to go. So high leverage practices, because we know we're not going to have an unlimited source of funding for some of the things.
And when you said that, that made me think there's a district-wide training coming up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that called again? And what, can you tell us a little more about it?
Yeah, so so I'm going to have, luckily she's here, Tamika Ward Satterfield, our Director for Student Wellness and Advocacy. Her department is actually leading some of that work, so she can be very more specific than I can.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Mabinga. Thank you for asking. Yes, on Tuesday, first of all, you may remember in a board update that over last summer, Governor Cooper created an initiative around mental health first aid. And so as soon as we saw that, we jumped on board. It is available for all of the LEAs in the state. We have arguably the highest involvement. We have the most trained staff and community members so far. And because of that, on Tuesday, we are holding 5 training sessions. Now, these sessions will hold up to 30 members apiece on youth mental health first aid. At last count, 3 of those sessions were already full, and the last 2 are filling up. So it's going to be a fantastic day. 4 of those sessions are scheduled to be in person. 1 session will be online, and they are being facilitated by members of our team in student support services, as well as our community partners at Student U, the Volunteer Medical Corps, and Durham Tech.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for sharing that, for bringing that resource to the district. And that's again, how you're building capacity by first aid, mental health first aid for those who are all interacting with you. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing where
That's
things
just
are.
the beginning.
That's just the beginning. Thank you. And then the last thing I'll just say is there's lots of metrics and things that we can measure. One of the things I did want to key in on, and Dr. Lassane, and it's not a question, but just something to consider, as HR has a lot of needs with what the goals already are. I also want to make sure we're looking at the turnaround for fulfilling positions once people get into the pipeline. That's just been something that's been reiterated to me this year. That's just a longer process and to be expected. Some of it is government, I understand, but also I think we may be missing out on some people by the time they have to end up taking another job offer. Just something to think about. Thank you. Good job.
Ms. Carter Otten?
Thank you so much. I don't have much to add. My colleagues have asked some really incredible questions this evening, touching on some of our biggest priorities. So I'll just say I'm proud of the work that's been done. We've made some amazing progress. And we have a lot of work to do still. And I'm excited to have this next strategic plan with, I think, some even more robust goals and some strategies there that we're going to be working towards. And I'm eager to see the way that we do an even better job of aligning all of the work that we're doing, the strategies and our resources with the effort to get further along in achieving the goals that we've set forth in our new strategic plan.
Ms. Chavez.
So I wanted to go back to what my colleague Ms. Valladares was saying. And Dr. Lestang, we have obviously had conversations about this. I wanted to say that I wanted to just comment on this a little bit and say that I'm glad that we've increased the number of IAs and teachers. And note that we have seen some of our even our teachers of the month who are those Latinx teachers that we have recruited here. I want to underscore what Ms. Valladares said about the need for attention to biases that may particularly affect Latinx and immigrant educators. I know that we're doing a great job at now doing those equity audits in the classroom, and I hope we can do those with also the attention to experiences of immigrant students and families and educators. And I will say that in doing some of this work of trying to recruit Latinx educators, I found that the barriers to entry for Latinx young people or people in general to get into education started before the point at which they may be entering a program. And that's why it's important for us to address those barriers head on. So I'm really looking forward to seeing with our Bull City Scholars, Bull City Fellows.
Full City Teaching Scholars.
Teaching Scholars. I'm hoping to see that diversity there because what I found was there were prerequisites and that kind of thing that students may not have that would prevent them from then moving forward, in a certain teacher ed program. So that's where I really hope we can cultivate that passion for working with young people in those young people who like to work with children and all of that. What else do I want to say about this? The other thing is I wanted to just point out what Ms. Valladares was saying about the diversity. Well, sort of you were speaking to the diversity within the Latinx community, and that I hope that we can also make sure to, as we're searching for Latinx educators, try to recruit those who also reflect the backgrounds of our students. And so I think we've talked about this, but those who, like you said, children of farm workers, migrant workers, those who have experienced tremendous obstacles in getting to this place in this country. And sometimes it's easier for more privileged people, Latinx people, to access resources just like anybody, any other person with more privilege. But I want us to also just pay attention to that, and I want to raise that, that there's racial diversity. Latinx is not a race. There's, all class diversity. And obviously, and most of our students here are of Mexican or Central American descent. And so I raised that as well. But I appreciate the work. We continue to be excited about the work, and it's important to this board. So I just raised that. You can comment if you want. That wasn't a question.
Just thank you, and we'll accept that as confirmation of many of the discussions that we've been having. We're actually looking at some collaborations with other departments within our district just to help, because all the hiring doesn't start from like the HR office. And so when you talk about these teams in schools and different things like that, that's a much broader professional development piece that is tightly connected to the equity work that we do in this district. So thank you for that feedback.
So do you have other discussion before can I take my points and then come back to you? Is that okay? So I wanted to start with just gratitude actually to Dr. Mabenga to say that most districts, you don't have a superintendent that is here to see a strategic plan carried out. I mean, nationally, superintendent turnover is under 3 years, right? And so I would like to just kind of acknowledge your focus when you got here, your ability to pull our community together, to listen to all the voices and help us lead this work forward. It's not been easy. No one planned for a pandemic, a global pandemic in the middle of this, and we kept going, through it, both with online learning and with return to in-person learning. Trying to hold true to the values of Durham and trying to hold equity at our hearts. So I wanted to acknowledge that. And I think, you all who've led these teams have heard the common themes from this board. So they are strongly that representation matters in not just students, but in the adults and the leaders, the educational leaders that are in front of children of the community of Durham. And so I know that you are going to continue to help us lead that work forward, to recognize multilingualism as a strength and all of the diversity that our students and our staff bring. I would even like, as a follow-up, for you all to bring the breakout of the different job categories of the Latino hiring goal. We knew it was audacious when we said it, but we didn't want you just to go hire, custodial staff or child nutrition staff. We want and those team members are so important, but we also need the data that you alluded to, and I think you all have that to share. I think that would be great. I think if we don't share it publicly, we can't continue to hold ourselves accountable to where we've gotten to and moving forward from there. And you heard us all, Dr. Maddox Perry, I won't make you come back up again, but before we did this work on the strategic plan, so many of us came together on the student code of conduct and major revisions to that. And we understand and know that suspending children out of school is a Southern nightmare. It doesn't exist across the country. We want students actually in school, especially kids that are struggling. We want to help get to the root cause of what's going on. And we know we've built up alternative places and ways for restorative practices to happen both in schools and at Second Chance and some at Lakeview. And I think probably in the near future, we need a board update. Maybe academic services can help us bring forth some of that work, where we are, where we've come forward, and where we've got huge work to do. But I look forward to celebrating some of that work. Just this week, we're celebrating new school buses, right? Green electric school buses that we were awarded by the federal government, and some of those initiatives that will help not only with our efficiency on transportation, but on what we're doing to the environment that children are cared for on the way to school and in their communities. So I don't have questions. I appreciate you all holding our values that are pretty evident, clear as we lead forward with our next version of the strategic plan. Ms. Valladares.
Thank you. I too just wanted to also make a comment about Dr. Maddox Perry's part. And this is not just Dr. Maddox Perry, this is actually all of us, right? Because although there's a goal that is being tracked and worked out of the Student Support Services Office, this is not just the work of the Student Support Services Office. This is the work of every single educator to make sure that we, as much as possible, are upholding well-being. And these metrics, the way we wrote them, it talks about frameworks, to support the social, emotional health and safety of students and staff. This is pretty much the crux. When we talk about guns in our schools, it's a safety thing. And it's not as simple as just an item that is not supposed to be in the school building. It's about kids feeling safe, feeling they are supported mentally, holistically. Conflict resolution, the fights that we see breaking out in our schools, like all of this. And this goal of having a framework, we met it and it says, yes. Was the goal met? Yes. That's a step. That's a big step. But there's a phrase that comes to mind, and it's that I didn't come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill the law, kind of thing. That's like the spirit behind the intention. Having a framework only gets us so far if it's the implementation and the actual spirit of that intention is not felt by students. And that's where practitioners come in. And we are missing one goal here because there's two goals. We're trying to get from, I'm not saying that we're trying to get from the goal of having social emotional frameworks and then reducing suspension next. Like, I'm not saying that there's causation, right? Like if we have the framework, then we will see the suspensions go. But there's a third goal in there that is not there, that actually involves like more of the implementation of how do we get kids mentorship? How do we get kids support that they need? How do we make sure that they have an adult they trust in a building? That is a big thing anywhere you see. It's like, do the kids can they identify one single adult that they know has their back? And we have had kids grapple with suicide ideation. I'm not trying to say heavy words here. What I'm trying to say is we have some students facing real mental health challenges, real situations, some of whom are McKinney-Vento students in a separate category facing houselessness, food insecurity, maybe even court situations between whatever is happening. We have some serious needs. And this priority 2 goal has 2 metrics, one of which we met, which we didn't. And I posit that it is very important for us, even as we reflect on what's here and what's not here, to keep in mind what's not here that is a part of this. We will never be able to get these 2 to say yes unless we have that human capital of care and trust. And that includes restorative practices, amping that up and, making sure that we have coordinators, but also it includes partnering with community organizations, because mentorship is really what families ask us for. With McKinney-Vento, I want to thank the group of mothers that met with me and that wrote a letter to us and said to us that $18 million would go a long way to providing mentorship. And we didn't do that, right? We couldn't do that, or we had many other things that we wanted to use that money for. But we have to figure out a way. So I just, again, bring us back to keeping in mind the things that are not reflected on this, that are not laid out, that the metrics are not being tracked, but are very instrumental, and I would say missing from the, from these metrics, right? In terms of making sure that that we have adults in the restorative practices space, counseling, hospital school staff. I want to also shout them out. Sufficient people that our kids feel supported, and you are the architects for how to measure that and keep that in mind, and hopefully bring that to us with even the presentations of updates. What's here and then what's not here, but is also very important, and it is actually going to help us accomplish reduction in suspensions. I believe that wholeheartedly. Mentors changed my life, and I would posit that mentorship changed many of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Any other comments or questions or discussion on this topic tonight? This is here for information and celebration. And yeah, Miss Lewis is working on cake and ice cream, I noted. Okay. Thank you all so much. That brings us to our next item, which is the Durham Public Schools Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan, the baseline report. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to not take it personally that everybody's leaving the room, but it's my turn to talk. Good evening again, Dr. Mabenga, board members. I'm excited tonight to take just a few minutes to talk with you about some of the preliminary work that's been done around the resolution to support Black and Hispanic student achievement. Before I do that, I do want to take a moment to just thank first the academic services leadership team, many of whom just walked out of the room. You know, once Dr. Mabanga asked me to focus on this work upon my arrival, at each of the meetings I've had with them, they have had to struggle through questions that I have posited to them about matters relative to this work. And so much of the thinking that has gone into this has been their thinking, and I am appreciative of their input. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Board Member Carter Alton and Board Member Rogers, who both gave me about 2 hours of time, 2 hours of their time a few weeks ago to help me try to develop a better understanding of the board's thinking and vision for this work. Their time and their input was certainly valuable to me as I began to continue to think through this work. And hopefully, after having had that opportunity and some time to do some work and some reflecting, this baseline report that I will be presenting tonight is closer to what the board was looking for. I do want to say that I see this as the beginning of this work. And one of the things that I shared with them that day and that I continue to grapple with is trying to find the right balance between laying out the parameters of this work and actually doing the work, because as I understand it, there will be not as I understand it, I know there will be an advisory board that we will develop that will lead much of this work. So my effort here has been to kind of lay out some broad banks on the river, and hopefully that group will help us to plant grass between those banks and move this work forward over the next period of time. Next slide, please. So the resolution to support the achievement of Black and Hispanic students was created by this board in October of 2023. And importantly for tonight, the board directs the superintendent of schools to develop and lead a Black and Hispanic Family Advisory Council, which we will work to develop in the near future. Also to work with that advisory council and the board to develop an annually review and refine Durham Public Schools Black and Hispanic Student Achievement Plan, the goal of which will be to improve academic opportunities and outcomes in alignment with the district's strategic plan. And then finally, the board's directive directed the superintendent to provide this student achievement plan outline, which would serve as the groundwork, if you will, for this plan by December 2023. We did extend that to this evening after running out of time in the last board meeting. So what have we, I'm sorry, next slide. What have we laid out in terms of this plan? First, this plan is grounded around 9 what we are calling statements of intention. Each of which is directly related to a 2023 to 2028 Durham Public Schools strategic plan goal. So those statements of intention are very important, and I think it's important that they be framed that way because they establish not something that can happen, not something that might happen, but something that we intend to see happen for the students of Durham Public Schools. In addition to the statement of intention, there is a brief rationale for each of those statements of interest. I'll share those with you tonight. Then we will provide disaggregated data and address Durham Public Schools performance relative to each of those statements of intention. Additionally, and this is really where the work of the Academic Services Leadership Team came in helpfully, we'll identify the critical data sources that we believe will certainly help us to continue to look at these particular statements of interest and measure our progress towards achievement of those statements. And then finally, we also asked the academic services team, and they helped us think about the specific Durham Public Schools departments that will be best positioned to support the work around each of these statements of intention. One thing that I do want to note, and I think is important to include it at this point, is the understanding that this work is not intended to supplant the work of the strategic plan. However, really the idea here is to make sure that we have a plan that will allow us to intentionally and purposefully make sure that those students, particularly Black and Hispanic students, benefit from the work that we do relative to the strategic plan over the next 5 years, such that those students would enjoy the benefits of our success in terms of that work going forward. Next slide. So you will note again that this plan focuses primarily on two of the goals of the strategic plan. The first of which is strategic goal 1, foster academic excellence. Next slide. Our first statement of intention is that we will increase academic growth among Black and Hispanic students. Increasing the academic growth of Black and Hispanic students ensures that those students have the opportunity to reach their full potential and eventually make a more significant contribution to society. Ultimately, improving academic growth among Black and Hispanic students is not only a matter of fairness, but also an investment in the future, promoting a more inclusive and prosperous society. So what are the specific goals that are connected to that particular statement of interest? That would be goal 1A. By 2028, 90% of DPS students in schools will meet or exceed standards for year-to-year academic growth as measured by the state model. And I'm sorry, next slide. Clearly, we are quite close to reaching this goal for Black students. As they are at 89.6% this year, and we have already exceeded that goal for Hispanic students. So what that tells us is what's important for us now is to make sure that we continue to engage in the appropriate work to maintain the improvement that we've seen over the last 5 years. Next slide. The critical data sources and sources of data for us to achieve this goal and continue to work through this goal would be the Hanover Data Dashboard, which is an important resource for us as it pulls together an incredible collection of data that is at our hands and available to us to review the work of our students. Certainly, EVAS growth data by subgroup will be important to helping us make sure that we are on track to reach and maintain our work around this goal. M-Class progress monitoring data, which of course works and looks at the progress of our youngest students, particularly around their development as it relates to literacy. And certainly iReady beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year data, which looks at both reading achievement and in some instances, math achievements. The DPS departments that we believe are going to be most critical to this work will be, of course, and probably most importantly, research and accountability and curriculum and instruction. Additionally, the work that we do in professional learning and equity affairs will be critical. Student support services, I think this ties directly to the conversation we were just having about the importance of reducing suspension, because we know that if we want our students to increase their academic growth, they have to certainly be in schools. And so the work that we do around student support services will certainly be important for this work. Advanced academics work will be there, and certainly the work of school leadership services, particularly the leadership provided by our principal supervisors who work with our schools most closely each and every day. Our next statement of intention, next slide. To increase grade level proficiency rates among Black and Hispanic students. Increasing grade level performance among Black and Hispanic students is the most critical factor in closing the achievement gap and ensuring that individual students master the grade level specific work that they will need to be successful in the next grade level. It's really important that we start out talking about growth and grade level proficiency. One of the things that we have to really guard against as educators, and has become, frankly, something that we see very often, is folks engaging in this conversation about whether or not what's most important is growth or grade level proficiency. One of the things I heard Dr. Mabanga actually say to our principal group yesterday is that they are both critical. We certainly want both, and it is important that our students experience both growth in terms of what it is they can do from day to day and the growth that they make over the course of a year. I think the best way to put that is 1 year of academic growth for 1 year of academic instruction, but certainly we want to make sure that students are mastering grade level content because students who only make growth find themselves consistently and constantly struggling academically. Because even if you make a great deal of growth, right, as a, if you will, a third grader, if at the end of that process you still have not mastered, right, those grade level objectives, the grade level learning, you're going to find yourself in the same struggle next school year and the next school year and the next school year. So it's important that we focus on both of those pieces. Next slide, please. The strategic goal 1B relates to this, and that one states that by 2028, at least 70% of DPS students will achieve grade level proficiency with a focus on Black, Hispanic students with disabilities, and limited English proficiency students as measured by end of grade and end of course testing. The data here relative to this goal indicates that there is much work to be done. Each of the identified groups are significantly below the target goal, with students with disabilities and limited English proficiency students both being nearly 50 percentage points below, and both Hispanic and Black students being more than 30 percentage points below the goal. So it goes without saying that we have much work to do as it relates to students and their own grade level percentage and on grade level achievement. The critical data sources that will help us and guide us through the work as it relates to that are certainly end of course and end of grade test scores, particularly the subgroup performance of end of course and end of grade tests. MVPA subgroup performance, those MVPs, of course, as you know, are our benchmark assessments, and those are, I'm sorry, next slide. Thank you. Somebody please do that for me every time because I think I'm going to forget every time. Those are our benchmark assessments, and they inform our teachers and our administrators in real time as to where our students are and what portions of the curriculum they are mastering and what portions they need continued support in. Again, MClass and iReady and Reading Plus data will also be critical. DPS departments that will inform and support this work, again, would be the research and accountability, curriculum and instruction, again, professional learning, equity affairs, student support services, and again, our school leadership services. Next slide. All right, I'm on a roll now. Our next statement of intention is to increase graduation rates among Black and Hispanic students. Increasing graduation rates among Black and Hispanic students will contribute to a stronger, more educated community. Ultimately, increasing graduation rates is not just about meeting educational benchmarks, but about empowering individuals and communities, fostering equality, and creating a more prosperous and inclusive society for all students. The strategic plan goal related to this statement of intention is that by 2028, the DPS 4-year cohort graduation rate for students who start with DPS in 9th grade will be at least 90%. As you can see, next slide, you can see now, you can see that we have made great progress, I would say significant progress. Let me back that up. Not necessarily great progress, I think, when you look at the numbers, but when you look at the numbers in context, understanding that we're talking about the point before the pandemic to a point after the pandemic, we have made some progress, right? And there are many school districts across the state, I think, who would not be able to boast that their graduation rate has gone back and exceeded the pre-pandemic rate. That having been said, this is an area where we still need to do some work. Among Hispanic students, the graduation rate has grown from 2017 to 2023 from 70% to 76.8%. And that rate for Black students, also from 2017 to 2023, has grown from 82.1% to 86%. And board members, I apologize that I did not include that graphic, but I did want to share those numbers with you. What that tells us is that if we continue on the trajectory we are on, we are likely to meet that particular goal as it relates to graduation rate for Black and Hispanic students and for all students as well. The critical data sources that will inform this work, of course, will be our four-year cohort graduation rate, which is what we are really focused on there. Also, we want to pay attention to the five-year cohort graduation rate because we want to be able to go back and look at those students who did not graduate in 4 years, but were able to get it done with one additional years and be able to look at what happened for those students and find out what we can do to help students who are on the trajectory of the five-year rate to move closer to the four-year rate. We certainly want to look at and think very clearly about dropout data and the issues that are driving dropouts. Obviously, dropouts are one of the most, really the most significant concern when it relates to our graduation rate. And then we also want to look at retention data. We know research has told us over many years that the more often students are retained in grade, the more likely they are to drop out and not reach high school graduation. So we want to make sure that we are being very careful, very purposeful about the number of times that we allow, that we support the retention of students. And then one of the things that we have been working on and we're really excited about and we've kind of refocused our work on is the data that we're able to garner from our Panorama system, the Panorama early warning data, which is a system that we have implemented recently and are still working on implementing. And that system provides us with the opportunity to have lots and lots of pieces of data pulled together in the same location so that our administrators can work with our families around their students' achievement and have all that stuff, all that material in the same place at the same time. Departments that will support this work, of course, will be student support services, English learner graduation coaches, research and accountability, curriculum and instruction, professional learning and equity fairs, and again, school leadership services. Next slide, please. Our next statement of intention is that we will improve career and college readiness among Black and Hispanic students. Improving career and college readiness for Black and Hispanic students will ensure that students have more equitable access to higher education. Improving career and college readiness will also contribute to creating a more diverse pool of talent for local business and industry. The strategic plan goal that relates to this is 1D, and it says that by 2028, 85% of DPS students will demonstrate career and college readiness as measured by the ACT Work Keys Composite Proficiency. Again, as we look at this goal, there's a great opportunity for growth. We find that our Black students are some 51 percentage points off of this goal at this point, and off of the goal, while Hispanic students are nearly 52 percentage points behind the goal there. One thing I do want to note is that, you know, I think it's fair to say that focus on the ACT work keys is a new way of thinking for many educators in North Carolina. It's something that we've done for a few years, but it is something that our focus hadn't been as clearly centered around. And so we've begun to try to remedy that here in Durham Public Schools. I'm sorry, next slide. We've begun to kind of remedy that in Durham Public Schools, not this last principals meeting, but 2 principal meetings ago. We spent probably 45 minutes working with our secondary principals, revisiting the importance of ACT work keys, providing them with the opportunity to understand what that tool looks like, and beginning to have some additional conversations about what kind of strategies and structures we need to have in place in order to provide our students with the better possibility and better preparation so that they'll have the opportunity to be more successful on that particular measure. And so that is something that we recognize that there is much work to be done on. We started that work and we'll continue to focus on it with our administrators and in our schools. Next slide. In terms of critical data sources for this work, we'll want to think about CCP participation rates and participation data. The National Clearinghouse data, I'm not sure if this board is aware, but this year, for the first year, the Department of Public Instruction partnered with an organization that has been able to provide us with an incredible report that shares with us how our students are doing once they leave us as graduates in terms of their continuation with both their educations as well as their connections to the job market. So that is data that we now have at our fingertips. It's new data and data that we'll be continuing to learn to use so that it can inform our work. We certainly also want to look at math course rigor data. That is very important. That is that data that speaks to us about the number of our students who complete courses at the Math 3 and above level. And so that's quite critical for us. Obviously, we want to look at the ACT Work Keys data. We also want to look at the CTE concentrator data. And that is the data that speaks to us about the number of students who complete a full series as it relates to their CTE performance. So not just one kind of random CTE course, but if you're interested in being an electrician, that you complete, I think it is a minimum of 2 courses in that particular area. And so we want to continue to focus on that and look at that data too. And certainly the number of students in our schools who attain credentials through their work with in CTE, as well as some of that work that they will also do at the local community colleges as we continue to ramp up the ability of our students to access those opportunities as well. DPS departments that will be pivotal in this work will be English learner graduation coaches, again, research and accountability, curriculum and instruction, professional learning and equity affairs, as well as student support services and school leadership services. Next slide. The next statement of intention is to improve the performance of English language learners. English language learners deserve an equitable education that supports their language development while ensuring that they receive the same quality education as their peers. Improving the performance of English language learners promotes educational equity and prepares students for success in an increasingly globalized world. Next slide. Durham Public Schools Strategic Plan Goal E relates specifically to this goal, statement of intention. And it states that by 2028, at least 70% of ELs will meet their annual progress targets. And by that, what we mean is those number of students who exit that particular program in the prescribed amount of time based on their asset test score. Right. So over the last 3 years, DPS has made great progress in terms of EL progress, increasing the percentage of students by nearly 10 points each year, and outpacing the state of North Carolina last year. Even though that progress has been made, we certainly know that we are a great distance from our goal. And so we know that we don't want to rest on our laurels because we're improving. We want to continue that improvement. And frankly, we want to really look at how we might ramp up that improvement, because we will need to do that in order to have a chance to be successful at that particular goal. The kinds of critical, next slide, the critical data sources that we'll need for this particular goal are access testing data, EOC and EOG performance, and MVPA benchmark data. And again, those departments that will support this work will be curriculum and instruction, English learner services, school leadership, and professional learning and equity affairs services. Next slide, please. Our next statement of intention is to improve the performance of students with disabilities. Improving the performance of students with disabilities ensures that those students receive the necessary support they need to succeed academically. Success in academics boosts the self-esteem and confidence of students with disabilities. It empowers them to pursue further education or employment opportunities with confidence and enables them to reach their full potential and make meaningful contributions to their communities. Next slide, please. The strategic plan goal that relates specifically to this one would be, this statement of intention would be strategic plan goal 1F. Says that by 2028, at least 90% of schools with students with disability subgroups will exceed growth standards as measured by the state model. Right now, in Durham Public Schools, we stand at about 20%. And so certainly this again is one of those areas where we have a great deal of work to do. Right now, there are 34 of our 54 schools that have a student with disability subgroup. So we know this is work that we need to do aggressively and need to do really widely within our district in order to have a chance to reach that particular goal. Next slide. The critical data sources for this work will, of course, be EOC and ELG performance data, MVP benchmark data, discipline and suspension rates. And it's important to note there, we know that one of the things that really impacts the achievement of our students with disabilities is that they are very often the students who kind of end up with a great number of the out-of-school suspensions in our district. And so we want to be very careful and make sure that we are quite mindful of our discipline data as it relates to this particular goal. As we do a better job of keeping those students in school and reducing the number of suspensions that they incur, we will certainly see, we believe, their achievement move forward. We certainly will want to look at AP and honors performance data for students with disabilities. Graduation data for students with disabilities, and we'll want to look at our annual DPS EC department data report, which is filled with important information about our program as a whole. The DPS departments that will support this work will be the Exceptional Children's Department, Student Support Services, Research and Accountability, our Curriculum and Instruction Department, Professional Learning and Equity Affairs, as well as our School Leadership Services Department. Next slide. The next slide identifies the strategic plan benchmarks that have been established in the strategic plan. I am going to give short thrift to that slide, board members, so that we can move on to the next pieces of this. But it is important to note that these are the benchmarks that have been set that would suggest that we would need to reach in order to reach our goals by the end of the strategic plan process. The next priority goal that we will look at will be priority goal 2, which calls on us to provide a safe and healthy school environment for our students. Next slide. The first statement of intention relative to that priority goal is to reduce the use of exclusionary disciplinary practices among Black and Hispanic students. By reducing the use of exclusionary discipline practices, schools can ensure that Black and Hispanic students have the opportunity to engage fully in their education, leading to better academic outcomes. Excessive use of exclusionary discipline practices erodes trust between the school and the community. By reducing their use, schools build trust and collaboration with families, fostering a supportive network for students. Having been a discipline officer for some years, I was really excited to hear the conversation about the importance of suspension data. And frankly, this board's focus on reducing suspension data. There are the evidence about the connection between suspensions and low student performance is voluminous, right? And beyond that, we also know that there is very little data that suggests that exclusionary discipline practices have very much impact on student behavior. So what we know relatively clearly about exclusionary disciplinary practices is that they are not particularly effective at achieving our goals, and they tend to impede the possibility of progress for our students. So it is one of those things that for me personally has been a focus of my own professional work, and something that I'm really excited to know that this board is excited about taking a very close look at and continuing to focus on. Because as we do that work, we certainly will see improvements in our student performance. The Durham Public Schools strategic plan goal that relates to this work is 2B. By 2028, Durham Public Schools will reduce the percentage of Black and Hispanic students suspended in the district to 5% or lower. As you can see, we have some work to do here, particularly as it relates to African-American students. 5 years ago, that rate for Black students was 10.39%. At the end of last school year, that number was up to 13.54%, right? So we know that this is an area, again, that we have much work that we need to do in. I think it's important also to note that we are very close to the goal as it relates to Hispanic students. But if you look very closely, we need to be very careful, because while we were once at the place we want to be, we can see that there is a trend where that data is ticking up, right? And we want to make sure that we go ahead and arrest that trend as soon as possible, and make sure that we move it in the other direction. Next slide, please. In order to reduce the use of exclusionary disciplinary practices, the critical data sources we'll need to look at will be, of course, our DPS discipline data, our Lakeview and New Directions enrollment data, our out-of-school suspension data specifically, and restorative practices, assignments, and trends in our school. I had the opportunity to have a really long conversation the other day with our director of the STOP grant, and we were talking a lot about the work that we're doing around restorative practice. I think that grant and the work that we're doing there represents a real opportunity for us, because it puts us in a position to provide some financial support around this as an important piece for us. I worked in a school district not long ago in Virginia where we were trying to do this work and we didn't have any funding to support the work. So I'm really excited about the fact that we have that in place. We have able leadership there, and that work is going forward. The DPS departments that will support this work will be the Student Support Services Department, School Leadership Services, Research and Accountability, and Professional Learning and Equity Affairs. Next slide, please. All right. I think they figured me out at this point. I appreciate it. All right. Our next statement of intention is to improve school attendance among Black and Hispanic students. Regular attendance ensures consistent access to education. Improving attendance among Black and Hispanic students ensures they have equitable access to learning opportunities, setting them on a path towards academic success. When Black and Hispanic students attend school regularly, they have more opportunities to engage in learning, leading to improved academic performance. Next slide. The strategic goal plan goal that relates to this statement of intention is 2C. By 2028, DPS will have an overall student attendance rate of at least 95% or higher. Again, as you can see, we are, I think what we would categorize is within range of this goal in virtually every area. Again, this is one of those areas where we want to make sure we continue to work and make sure that we continue to get closer and closer to that goal, because we know that there will be significant tangible benefits to our students as we increase their school attendance, and particularly pay attention to attendance rates. The critical data sources that we will look at as it relates to this are daily attendance data, period by period attendance data, particularly in our secondary schools, and then certainly chronic absentee data. This is one that we want to really look at. And again, this is an area where our panorama intervention data can help us see see what trends are out there as it relates to attendance, and help our school-based folks move in the right directions as it relates to this. The DPS departments that we feel like can help here will be family and community engagement, school leadership services, and student support services. Next slide, please. Our next statement of intention is to improve the perceptions of Black and Hispanic students about their schools. Feeling a sense of belonging fosters positive mental health and well-being among students. It reduces feelings of isolation, anxiety, and stress, contributing to a healthier learning environment. When students feel they belong, they are more engaged in their education. This engagement often correlates with improved academic performance and a higher likelihood of completing their education. Next slide. Our strategic plan goal 2D relates directly to this statement of intention, and it suggests that by 2008, at least 95% of students will participate in annual student surveys, student climate survey, panorama survey, and identify their school community as a good place to attend and learn, and that they feel like they belong. Again, this is an area where we certainly have some work to do, but we are in a position where I think it is reasonable to expect that with continued focused effort, we have a very strong chance of reaching our identified goals here for our students, both all students as well as Black and Hispanic students. This is a point where it would certainly provide an opportunity for me to suggest this piece is one, though, that we are going to have to probably address as it relates to the strategic plan. In general, we all know about the challenges that we are facing as it relates to participation in our student surveys based on the new legislation that we are dealing with. And before you ask, Ms. Rogers, I have that number for you, and I'm gonna have to look at it again because I had it and I forgot to bring it up here with me. I will tell you, it is not particularly pretty. And that is the number in terms of the number and the percentage of students who are participating in our surveys based on the adjustments that we've had to make due to Senate Bill 49. I was in a conversation with my colleagues from the 12 largest districts from around the state. And I can tell you that on average, folks are seeing a reduction in terms of their survey participation around anywhere between 30 and 60% in terms of those surveys. And so we're certainly going to have to go back and take a look at how we address that and look for some additional strategies that will help us with that, because that is emerging as a very significant challenge for us. Next slide. The critical data sources for this work around the perceptions of Black and Hispanic students will be daily attendance data, period by period attendance data as well, chronically absent report data, and intervention data. And we again think that the family and community engagement, school leadership services, and student support services departments will be most useful as we move towards achievement of this particular goal. The next slide is the strategic benchmark for priority 2. Again, board members, I won't spend very much time here and move forward to the next slide. The next thing that the board did direct and asked us to identify was the kinds of funding that is being used to focus on strategies to address the performance of Black and Hispanic students. I do want to say that this data is relatively anecdotal. We ask principals to share with us the amounts of dollars that they have spent this year in their buildings relative to strategies that they would characterize as focused on improving the achievement specifically of Black and Hispanic students. You can see that the total reported funding from our schools was $240,000 and $240,304. About almost 50% of those dollars were federal dollars, 25.5% local, and 23% of those funds were other. That funding range ranged from schools reporting that they didn't spend any money for that specific purpose, up to a high of a school spending, reporting spending $50,000 for that particular purpose. The average funding allocated in our schools was approximately $6,323. 20 schools reported a funding amount, and 18 schools reported funds allocated at $0. Now, one thing I do want to say here in defense of my colleagues is that this is a really difficult piece for building level principals, because I can tell you that in all of our training, honestly, this is something that we are generally taught not to do, right? We don't necessarily spend money for the purpose of one small set of students. So it is going to be a challenge for us to help our our principals understand how to do this work, as sometimes, it may be a bit counterintuitive for them. So I did want to share that data with you. Next slide, please. Finally, I did want to share some of the strategies that our schools reported that they are using to focus on improvement for Black and Hispanic students. And as you can see, there is a range of strategies. They range from letters implementation to provision of weekly nurturing service for all K-2 students by AIG specialists, access testing nights to educate families on EL testing, daily and monthly student attendance incentives, weekly small group targeted tutoring on power standards, provision of, collaborative conversations conducted by the Office of Academic Services and the Office of the Chief of Schools to gauge progress towards goals and level set for support schools might need. Next slide, please. Culturally responsive and appropriate professional learning opportunities targeted to advance academic language proficiency, culturally affirming programming for students of color, primarily Black and/or Hispanic students, like the We Are Kings, We Are Queens, and LEAL groups that are operating within lots of our schools. NC Ed Core tutors, reading support for grades 2-8, English language learners, Saturday academies. Next slide. And the final slide, the final piece here, I did want to share with you some next steps for us. The next steps, as I see it, are to go ahead and begin the work of identifying the potential members of our Black and Hispanic Family Advisory Council, designing a program of learning for the Advisory Council. We want to provide an opportunity for those folks who end up working with us in this regard to be well informed about what is going on around the country as it relates to support for Black and Hispanic students. We want to make sure that these folks are able to come to the table with a wealth of both their own experiences that will certainly be informative for us as we think about this work, but we also want to make sure that we underpin them with a great deal of knowledge and information about what is going on, what is being done in other places that is seeing success, so that we will have the opportunity to benefit from their wise counsel. We want to engage with community leaders, including the DPS Board of Education, the Durham County Board of Commissioners, Durham City Council, regarding resource allocation to support the work of the Advisory Council and implementation of eventual recommendations. It's important to note here that as we've looked at what some counties and some school districts have done around the country, most of the folks who are doing this work after having been given an influx of specifically targeted dollars to do this work. And so as we move forward, we will want to reach out to our policymakers so that with the hope that they will follow suit and that they will provide us with additional funding specifically focused on doing this work for our students here in Durham Public Schools. At this point, board members, I'll be glad to answer any questions and hear any discussion that you would like to share.
Dr. King, thank you so much. We welcomed you to Durham late last year, and we gave you this focus along with all the other work that you have taken on. And it is a great foundation that you have laid as we really kind of put a microscope on the strategic plan and focus on the 80% of our students who are most under-resourced and look for ways that we can, in Durham, change all lives with what we're doing. Let me see if colleagues have questions, comments, inspirational words. Ms. Rogers and then Ms. Umson.
Dr. King.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for putting together this presentation. It has come a long way from where we started
Indeed.
to get here. I appreciate that. I really appreciate you adding in the statements of intention. I think that's going to be important as we move forward for all of us to have a shared understanding, but also for our advisory council to come on and have that understanding. And so I really appreciate that. I have a couple of notes. I think as hard as it was to look at some of this data, and as difficult as it has been to talk about student outcomes based on test scores, because we know our students are more than just these tests.
Sure.
I'm appreciative that we are owning our story and telling our truths, because this is the narrative that we have an opportunity and responsibility to take control over. And we are demonstrating what we as a district are going to do to improve student outcomes. And I look forward to seeing that over the next few years. In this presentation, I look forward to seeing what the presentation can become. I expected, hoped for, look forward to seeing more of all the things that DPS leaders are posting on social media about their schools and the programs that they're offering and what they're doing to support student outcomes. You spoke to slide 36 that talked about 18 schools reporting that they don't spend any funding this way. I understand that that's not true, because there is work being done at all our schools to educate Black and Hispanic students. When I look at a report like this, it is sort of alarming because I know that there's not a school in DPS that is not supporting Black and Hispanic students.
Absolutely.
So everything that they're doing, regardless of whether it's intentional for just Black and Hispanic students, is for that work.
Absolutely.
So I look forward to seeing us continuing to layer things in, like supportive athletics, supportive arts, and as far as we can go. I know there are things that are happening. Curriculum, if they're hiring interventionists, like to see that as part of the work that's happening is, I think, is going to be helpful.
If I can just jump in, that's the piece I was trying to get at when I said this is a very difficult piece for educators to respond to, because, to our minds, everything that we do is about that work, right?
Right.
And so it's sometimes difficult for us to, we don't even really, our minds don't really even think about how we parse those pieces out. So I appreciate your comment relative to that.
Right. Thank you. I also want to make sure that y'all know that we're not like throwing everybody out here without the supports and resources. Slide 27 spoke to suspension data, and we talked about it in the strategic plan about restorative practices. I have some documents about onboarding that I want to share with you to share with your team. Absolutely. In regards to what Milwaukee is doing with restorative practices and making sure their schools are ready.
Yes.
Right. And so I don't expect you all to just go out and get best practices. I'm going to give you what I have access to.
Sure.
I also want to highlight, and we talk all the time about DSA doing and their suspension data, but Amber Crispell is there and she's doing good work as the restorative practice coordinator with pulling data from the educator's handbook to figure out if we have certain educators that need some support around classroom management, or if they are targeting particular subgroups of students, and to see if there are trends in what the write-ups and suspensions are for. And I think that that's some good work that we need to see. I know she's reporting that to her administration. I'd like to see some more of that happening across the district, and she has a great spreadsheet that helps people to do that, and I'll share that as well. And I guess this last comment is for the board around slide 30 in attendance data. We're talking about, in the strategic plan, the laws of averages. We want to see a 95% attendance rate, but that doesn't help us with the bottom 10,000 of students. If 10,000 students show up 100% of the time and 10,000 students are showing up 50% of the time, they offset each other, and we're not reaching those folks that we need to get to show up more often. And so I'd like us to figure out how we can specifically support the students that are on the bottom of the averages.
The chronic absenteeism kind of issue,
Yes.
yeah.
Because if we don't have to address that if we just get more people to show up more often. We're not really getting the people who are most chronic. So I just want us to kind of talk about and see what that looks like in terms of a goal. But thank you so much. I look forward to continuing this work together and seeing what happens.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. King, for this presentation. I just had one clarifying question and then a comment about the funding piece, although I think that might have been covered already. On the question around I'm using belonging, but I don't think the actual language in here was around my school as a place that I want to be. The question was written, overall, how much do you feel you belong at your school? Do you know how, what the percentage is reporting out on? Does that make sense?
No, I'm not sure.
The question says, overall, how much do you feel you belong at your school? And then there's a percentage. But it's hard to know what the percentage represents without knowing what the answers were. Like if it was a yes or no question or like so I just was curious. And we might not have that answer tonight, but if we could get a sense of what the percentage represents, I think that would be helpful. Okay. And then the other one about the funding, I feel like it's an impossible question because I could look at our budget and say that 80% of our budget, the whole overall budget, is supporting those students because about 80% of our students are Black and Latinx. And so I think I appreciate the efforts to get the numbers, but I just looked at it and I was like, this is nowhere near what we're spending to support our kids. And I don't want the general public to think, because I think there's so much money that's going towards supporting the majority of our student population.
Absolutely.
My last comment, actually, this is it. We call it the Black and Hispanic plan, but our language generally has been Latinx or Latine. So I just didn't know for the board if we wanted to shift that language to be more consistent with what we use in conversation. I think the state uses Hispanic in all of their reporting, but as a group, as a collective, as a community, I think we use lots of different things. So those are all my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening to our feedback and incorporating that into this. It's looking really good, and I'm excited to see where this goes and where it takes us. Excited about next steps of beginning to build this advisory council, and I think it's our goal to have that. And I'm excited also about the plan to build upon the existing knowledge base of those in the advisory council and the lived experiences by adding some additional resources. And so I think that the plan is to have that council in place by like early fall. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then we'll have this spring and summer to think really intentionally about who's part of that, how many people, how do we structure it, all of those different types of things. And then pull together what they need to get started. And I'm wondering, I love that the presentation includes all the different potential data sources and departments, because I think that's a good foundation, right? The data just gives us and is going to give that council a starting point and a good picture of like where we're at to then figure out where we need to go. Is the vision then to have more, like to use the data sources in the departments to have a little bit more information pulled together for the council by the time they get started, or are they just going to be operating on their annual metrics? Or what's your vision?
Yeah, my vision is both and, right? Is that, that data certainly provides us with, the benchmark pieces. And as we go through the work, we'll continue to watch what that data, what emerges from that data, and that will inform the work that we continue to do. But really, most importantly, what I really hope will happen is that as that group begins to work, they will begin to be in a position to advise us about what additional pieces of data we need to be identifying and bringing to the table to both inform their work and help us understand whether or not we are on the right path. So I think, what I asked my staff when we thought through that was, what are the pieces of data that we have in hand right now that could inform this work? And so the idea was not that that would be the exhaustive resource, if you will, but just kind of the starting point for data. But we will endeavor to again watch that data those data points that we know about now, and look for additional data points that we might need to create, and many of which that we might not even understand are possible in this moment.
That sounds good and it makes sense. And I think that's related to the interim goals that will be developed. So if we're looking to reduce the percentage of Black and Hispanic students suspended, right? What are some ways that we know along the path that we're moving in the right direction, or and then the strategies are related to that. What things are we specifically doing? We say we want to do that. We've talked about this so much tonight, but what are we doing at the district level and then at the school level to actually move the needle on that goal? And how can we know whether we're doing enough early on, not just at the end of the year? And then related to the budget, I mean, that's the type of thing I really appreciate you trying to get that at the school level, but maybe this is at a district level. It's better to look at that, what are we investing in these different types of initiatives that we're trying, so that then we can see, okay, is this actually, again, moving the needle for us? Because we don't want to keep doing the same thing and expecting different results, right?
I agree 100%. And just to speak to the issue of those, the benchmark data points, I was a bit of a bad boy there. I really wanted to, and we talked about this in my office, I really wanted to limit putting any very much guidance out there around that, because I don't want there to be anything that limits the thinking of the advisory group when we get here. I think it's really going to be critical for them to feel free to really stretch out as it relates to that. And so I did not want to do anything that they might see over time as limiting as it relates to those benchmarks. So I'm anxious to start that piece of the work and to have those folks come in and really help us think about, what we really should be thinking about. Very often, particularly as educators, we have in our minds the direction that we need to go. And unfortunately, sometimes that's limited by those things that we think we know. And so I'm really excited about bringing in a group of folks who can apply a fresh lens, right, to the work. And in many cases, really challenge us and ask us some of those questions that we might not have otherwise thought about as we begin to think about, what we need to do and what we need to think about in terms of whether or not what we're doing is working. So I'm excited about that piece of the work.
Great, thank you so much.
Go Ms. Valladares and then Ms. Lewis, and Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, Dr. King, for working with us, getting our feedback, and definitely working with my colleagues, both of whom are on one side, one on each side, working even more closely, right? Because this was something that Board Member Rogers brought to us. And so I know there's been a lot of collaboration, a lot of feedback about the resolution itself that enabled this work to happen. and conversations around how important it is to not confuse the community around different plans. This is all part of the strategic plan. You know, it kind of builds on that. My feedback is more on the materials that were presented, the resolution itself. And again, colleagues, y'all can correct me because we all met about this resolution over and over and over. We met and we were all, I think, in one accord when we approved this resolution, is that the one that I'm reading on here seems to be missing something that I'm very sure was in the resolution. And I don't know if it's an error in terms of like the version that we're using here that is in this material, but I know for a fact that the updated resolution had something that's not on here. So the reason why I say this is because as my colleague Bettina was saying, you know, what's the right way to say Hispanic or Latino, Latine? Before she even said that, I thought about students that are within the ESL department, English as a second language, who may not qualify, who may not be Black or Hispanic, but might also be struggling, right? And so this is where that piece of what I think is missing from this resolution is that my colleague, Board Member Rogers, and I think my colleague Byer, like we were talking about Alexander not wanting to flaunt or whatever the word is, or try to say, oh yeah, the ESL resolution, right? The English as a second language resolution that was also done in this district with the help of ISLA. It's not that I just want to, you know, shout that out because I know that this was in conversations with our chair as well about passing that resolution. But I do see it missing from this resolution here. And it's very important for the community to know that even though this is a Black and Hispanic plan, through the resolutions and the work that are outlined on there, there are more groups. There's inclusion. And the word Hispanic actually comes from, it's more about the language. It's like who speaks Spanish and identifies as that. And then Latine, and Emily Chavez is here too. So Latine is more about geographic, like the areas around Latin America. And so Hispanic is inclusive of language. And there are many of our non-Hispanic immigrant families from from many parts of the world that speak multiple languages. They might speak Arabic, Spanish, English. So I think Hispanic might at least have that nuance of language to include more. But the reality is that by including the resolution on there, that was the resolution that Isla wrote and contacted me about, and I think Janice Ramirez and the folks who she worked with who brought this to us, then at least we have, even in the resolution, the acknowledgement that English as a second language are some of the students that need the most support, who definitely need a plan and may not be reflected in the Black and Hispanic title. But through having that resolution in there, yes, it's a part of all the work that we're continuing to do to lift all our students. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Valladares, is it in that very last bullet on the first page of the resolution? If you can look at that one and see if that language captured what you're talking about, it has a lot of the intersectionality there, and that may be where we'd captured that. I don't know.
The conversation we had was that as we were mentioning all the other resolutions that were addressing, visibility for Black Lives Matter at school, National Mentoring Month, and the Crown Act, and so many of these resolutions, that it would also include the English as a second language, the resolution in support of English as a second language students, and that's what I thought I approved, because we had talked about like how all of us can be at one piece with this resolution, and maybe it was Jessica. So we all talked about it. So I'm kind of surprised that I can't find that resolution in this particular.
What I'm seeing is including intersectionality with other marginalized identities such as limited English proficient students, immigrant students, exceptional children, EC, LGBTQIA+ students, low income, and working class families. But I don't know if that speaks to what
I'm just addressing that this builds on a strategic plan and also other resolutions. And so we give resolutions space here to say this is what, these are examples of resolutions that are really highlighting, our need to work on this. And then in that list, that the resolution supporting English as a second language students, ESL students that Isla worked on would also be reflected on here. And so, again, I just looked at this version and I was looking at it because I was like, English as a second language is inclusive of races from all over the world, different ethnicities, different languages, as long as, they meet that criteria of English limited proficient. So it's okay. I just think that as we move along this work, it's important to just give that nuance. That while our focus is Black and Hispanic students, because that's our focus right now, that it is not to say that we forgot
Absolutely.
that there are many immigrant families that are also struggling and need supports. So yeah, thank you.
The strategic plan also is really specific about students who are learning English as a second language as well, who may not be Black or Hispanic, but still fall in that category. So I think between strategic plan and this resolution, we know that we're going to have efforts to support all those students who may be limited English proficient. And I think that's vital to the work that we need to do as a district. Sorry, I didn't mean to just jump in.
Board Member Valladares does raise an important issue because we did discuss that. And so, but it brings me to another issue, which is there a place that we store resolutions so that we can reference them easily? I've looked for this before. So in board docs.
That's what I used, what was in board docs the night you passed it.
Okay. Because we do want to make sure that whatever version was approved is the one that we're all feel good about. So helpful to be able to reference instead of dig around. Okay, cool.
And if we need to modify them, we can for sure. If there was something unintentionally left out. Other thoughts before we go to Ms. Lewis? Anything on that specific topic that you? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. King. I'm going to just go to just one portion of it. So much has already been said by my colleagues. But when we look at I appreciate you talking about improving the performance of students with disabilities. And you also brought out the intentionality and being clear about the over suspension of those students with disabilities. I know that one of the ways that we can work towards closing that gap and keeping our kids in school, I think goes around back to the professional development of our general teachers, general ed teachers, as well as the school community, the staff, everyone within the school. We had talked about previously with some community members who were interested in a equity dashboard specific for the schools of students with disabilities. So I just want to make sure we're bringing that back to the forefront and look forward to some additional information from you about where we are with that, as it started when Dr. Hardy was here, and wanted to continue that on. Thank you.
All right. Quickly, I'm going to weigh in on the Hispanic question, or the identity question around Latinx, Latina, Hispanic. I think we should use the term that most students use to identify themselves. And in discussing it, I think that is Hispanic, but if I am wrong, then I think we should change it because language is updated all the time. And so yeah, that's what I favor, whatever people see themselves in. And I also wanted to say, sort of to Ms. Valladares' point, that I think that this is an example of when we support students who are most marginalized in some way, all students benefit. And that's what we're doing here. So we have like students with disabilities, there's racial diversity within that group, but when we focus on Black and Hispanic students with disabilities, all students with disabilities benefit, for example. So anyway, wanted to mention that as sort of a philosophical underpinning of, I think, this project. Dr. King, you did an excellent job. Thank you. We were so excited to have you come on board right as we were passing this, and to hand this over to you. So I really appreciate what you have put together. It's very thoughtful. I'm really excited about the list of different sources of data, and yeah, I like the intentional statements, all of it. So it's an evolving conversation, but you've given, that's what we wanted. It is a baseline and a starting point. And you've given us that, and now I'm excited to see where it will go. I have a couple questions. I was wondering, and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but how many English language learner or learning coaches we have? And I'm interested to know if every high school has one.
I heard that number yesterday though, because I was talking with Sashi, and she told me that number because I was in the welcome center with her yesterday. I will get that for you and send it to you tomorrow.
Okay. English language EL learning coaches were one of the departments that were or groups that were listed as collaborating. What are they listed as? Yeah, one of the DPS departments that would be collaborating on one of these many excellent intentions. So that's what I was, yeah. Find it now, but yeah, okay. My other question was about the improving the performance of ELs, if the MRC would not be an appropriate department to include. And then I also wanted to say that with the EL increased or improved performance among ELs, I would ask that we also look at discipline and suspension data. That was something the board asked for, a deeper dive into ESL, the status of our ESL students in the spring. And one of the things that stood out to me, and I don't remember the exact figure, but it was around rates of discipline of our EL students. So just thinking we have that with students with disabilities, it'd be useful there as well. With the exclusionary discipline piece, I just wanted to say, with your background, I think you bring a lot, and I'm glad that you bring that to this work. It's really important. Last year when we looked at the data, I want to bring this back up, our suspension data, it was the math, and it was, I believe, around that Black boys were 26 times more likely than white girls when you broke it down with gender to be short-term suspended or then referred to a restorative practice center. So many reasons for that. That's not to again, stigmatize one person or something or one group. But that's the number that sticks in my mind from looking at that data. So, and then with that, I also just want to say, I think part of it is reducing isolation too, and increasing young people's contact with supportive individuals. And I think of how during the pandemic, isolation increased for many people, but especially our young people. And when they're suspended out of school, which may be sometimes inappropriate disciplinary action or necessary in some way, but they're often home by themselves or on their phone. So are there, other ways we can put them in contact with people who can help guide them? And then I wanted to ask if we need to talk about next steps on the family council at all as a board, or I just want to raise that so that we can think about it and what we want our next steps to be.
You mean the advisory?
Sorry, yes,
Oh, yeah.
the Black and Hispanic Family Advisory Council, yes.
So if I could offer a suggestion, what I would love to do is take a run at a process and structure for that and bring it back to you. And that way give you a starting point to begin those conversations and have you tell me if I'm way off base or close, or if I should throw it all out or keep one piece of it. And that's what I would love to suggest to you as a way to start that process.
That would be great. Thank you.
I do think from the resolution, this advisory council is for the administration, not necessarily reporting to the board. So I think that does give you the latitude for sure to develop a process, and we can give feedback, but I think you all should take the lead in creating the council that you need.
Ms. Chavez, is that, you have other questions, other discussion, or,
No, I'm done. Thank you.
and I saw Ms. Valladares, I'll come right back to you if that's okay. Dr. King, what I appreciated so much was your detail here and also looking to national best practices. I so much appreciate that we're not trying to just lead in North Carolina, which is not a North Star that we set for ourselves, but that we're looking at national best practices. I tend to hope that we can look for some more qualitative metrics that we bring forward. I know the test data is one piece, but in my mind, the equity pieces of what arts courses and what AP courses are offered and what athletic opportunities are offered at our schools and whether all of that is equitable. What books are in our libraries, and I know our media folks made a great effort at getting more representation into books just last year, and that made the media coordinators so happy. But are those books circulating, right? Are they moving and going home with children and coming back and being shared? I'd love to hear kind of how did AP Black History go at Jordan, where we were a national pilot for that course, and are we expanding that? How can we deepen all the way from pre-K to 12th grade, Black history, Latino history, I mean, LGBTQ history, like all of the pieces of equity and intersectionality that our children need and deserve. I'd love to look at pre-K enrollment and whether we have that targeted in a way that is reaching these subgroups. And early literacy strategies. I think love to see how y'all are working on best practices in that way. The state again passed another dumb law that makes us offer a 3-year diploma, a track, right? And then I don't know if that's coming this fall or 1 year out. I don't know how y'all have started to think about that. We got another year to, but there's a group of nonprofits in Durham trying to work together to help us make sure that in Durham, we maximize students staying in for that 4th year and getting as much credit and coursework on our dime that we pay for, whether it's in DPS or at Durham Tech or at the local university. So I know y'all are starting to think about that. But I am so appreciative of ways that this will overlap with Growing Together, and that y'all will help track some of that qualitatively too, and that we share best practices between our school communities at this council. Ms. Valladares and then others. Ms. Chavez.
Thank you. I wanted to just thank my colleague Emily Chavez for, just listing like among the departments that are here, the MRC wasn't listed, but they are definitely involved in supporting so many departments. I always hear that there's collaborations like MRC, with HR, MRC with all these different departments. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. And then also the other part of that is that for a department that is as small as the MRC, I don't want burnout for our staff. So we want to include them in everything. We need to grow them equitably. We need to make sure that we add more positions to that, because the last thing I want is to acknowledge that the MRC is a big part of this, but to burn out our staff who are currently working out of a cafeteria where they experience conditions that are not acceptable, right? And so we don't want to burn them out and include them in every little piece without growing that department sustainably and adding more positions so that some of them can work on this with us. Some of them might work on, every daily ask and request for parent conferences, visiting going to the schools, like the 5 or 7 schools that they each represent. So I just wanted to say yes and just a little bit of reality about capacity right now and the number of MRC staff that we have. And we need a coordinator. Yes. The second thing that I looked on here is that in strategies currently underway, which is after the current funding slide, there's something that just really I want to offer in terms of a short reflection. Bullet point number 4 says provision of weekly nurturing services for all K through 2 students by AIG specialists. And I had to read it and I was like, I know that I'm reading it, but all K through 2nd grade students are going to get the benefit of an AIG specialist. Is that what we're saying?
So I think that's something that's being done in a school. And it's not, that was something I did at a school I was principal of many, many years ago. And it's just a matter of how you structure your AIG program. Now it's a difficult thing to do because, to be blunt, if you structure your program that way, you have the number of staff that you have, and the fact that you pull a piece of the time of that specialist off to provide those nurturing services means that that person doesn't have as much time to deal with those students who are already identified. And so it's a challenging and sometimes controversial, and certainly challenging for the principals to do because sometimes folks aren't particularly happy about taking that step. But it is something that schools do, have done over the years, but it would be something that, it's not something that we're promising yet, but that would be a practice that one of our schools reported that they are doing. Don't let me guess.
What school is that?
Yeah,
So while you're
bet.
while you're thinking about what school is that or could be, I want to offer just, I said, like, I'll take a minute to just offer a reflection as to what this means to me. So I was an ESL student for many years in my elementary education. And I learned towards like the last year of being in that school, which is K through 3rd grade, right? I learned in 3rd grade that I did qualify for AIG. So I got to be a part of AIG for a little stint. And do you know what my face did when I learned that kids my age, when we were sitting in that boring room looking at a wall and getting this paper, and that's all we had, no interaction, no dynamic learning happening. And then I went with the AIG kids and I learned that they had cardboard, crayons, markers, clay, they had strings, they have all these things. And I was like, I just could not believe my eyes and I only got to savor it, right? But I got to savor it for last, and I'm like, all this time I've been an ESL student, nobody ever told me that kids were having this much fun. All this time that I was an ESL student, all I had to do was look at a paper and it was the most boring, most deflating experience that I don't want it on nobody. That's why ESL students, to me, I remember what that was like. And so, but I got to taste AIG a little bit. So if a school is actually making sure that the ESL students, the kids with discipline problems, AIG specialists are trained to find different modalities of learning. And that I want for every single kid. I think AIG level for all our kids in DPS, point blank. But, and I think about hospital school being the example of that, because hospital school teachers, they figured different modalities for kids, all kids, whoever's, meets that criteria of needing that support, because it's hospital school, they have a limited thing. But that's the kind of thing that I would like to see. So if a school's already practicing this, that all their K through 2nd grade students are interacting with an AIG specialist that brings those gifts of different modalities, different, not just the paper and the
Sure.
worksheet, right?
No, not at all.
I did want to raise that the resolution we resolved that the board was selecting the advisory council. And so if we want to change that, then we should speak to that, but I'm not sure we want to change that. It's in the last paragraph of the first page of the resolution.
Let's keep looking at it. We don't, I don't think we need to decide it tonight.
And I think that the line before that says that it's, that we direct the superintendent or designate to develop and lead the council, and then we will be part of selecting it. So I think it's both. And then it would be interesting to hear, my experience at my children's school is that in K2, there is an AIG specialist that pushes into all K2 classrooms, and there's another one that pulls out. That's a whole other discussion for 3-5. And so it'd be great to know if this presentation seems to imply, and that was my understanding, that was happening in all schools, but it'd be good to know if that's not the case.
I want to be clear that I'm not implying it's happening in all schools in this context. I'm reporting that at least one principal reported it as happening in their school. And I'm gonna pull that data for you for a minute. Dr. Pittman is begging to say something.
So I want to just share that we have an AIG local plan. And in that plan, we have strategies that indicate that at every elementary school, all K2 children will experience nurturing. And in this case, we're doing a lot with STEM and robotics, and it's really exciting. But indeed, to Dr. King's point, the scheduling of it can be very challenging, but it is the intention of our plan and the allotments support that nurturing experience for our K2 children, so that we are early identifying and not overlooking talent that could benefit from this sort of instruction. So.
I just wanted to say, yes, that changed my life. It let me know that people lie to you. People, adults in the school system lie to kids and tell them this is what you got to do. This is all there is. And on the other room, other kids are having a blast. That just feels so wrong. So anyways, but yes, I want us to continue to grow that. And I also participated in the AIG the committee that they had and was hearing about great things. So as much as we can make sure that this is happening at all our schools, and the one that is doing it right now, I mean, they've been doing it for a while, I believe. So, or I don't know, but they can show us a path forward in terms of how that's done for capacity or, amount of staff that we have. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez.
Two things. I wanted to say about the forming of the Family Advisory Council. I think that Dr. King could bring a structure. What did you say? You take a run in a structure and bring it back to us, and we could still give feedback on selection of individuals. So that's what I would suggest for that piece. The other thing I wanted to add was that I would like us to include in our strategies supports for LGBTQ+ students, because that's part of acknowledging intersectionality, which is all woven into this plan. And so I was thinking about adding, as part of our strategies, our GSAs, we are royalty if we get that off the ground. And also just to remind us that most of our LGBTQ+ students are Black or Hispanic, and they're doubly or more marginalized. And so if we don't attend to their experiences, we are not serving all of our Black and Hispanic students. I think I'm done now. Thank you.
Thank you all. Other questions and thoughts, discussion on this very important topic? One. This was here for, yes.
Just resolve on that. So the resolution doesn't have the ESL, the resolution addressing ESL. And I know that was our intention, because we would not, after so much, I'm looking at y'all colleagues. Y'all know, right? After so much, that it's not listed on there. And so do we have to, I'm looking at Mr. Malone. Do we have to bring this resolution back and make a motion to amend it? Or because I'm considering this resolution as a part of this presentation that is the baseline report. And so I just want us to make sure that it's edited there and everywhere else.
I think as long as the motion adequately describes the edits you intend to make, it would not need to come back. could trust the chair to make sure those are included.
Okay. So I could just make a motion to amend or no? I missed that
Yes,
part.
but the motion would need to generally include the edits that you're proposing so that the chair and others will be able to implement it.
Yeah, it would be adding the resolution in support of English as a second language students and under the list of resolutions that were listed.
In the historical listing of, as we built the history of what all we've done. Yeah.
And the
got it.
whereas portion of the resolution.
Yes. I think that the motion could specify that and our chair could
Yes.
do that.
Absolutely.
Because if it happened, it certainly was an oversight and not anyone's intention. That
It's
we-
been moved. Is that right, Miss? So I'll second it.
Second.
been moved by Ms. Valladares and seconded by Chair Umstead that our resolution reflect the ISLA resolution previously passed by this board on limited English proficiency. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. We thank you all so much for this presentation. That brings us to a summary of follow-up items.
I'm going to defer to Dr. Pittman, who has been taking notes for me while I was standing.
And I'll go ahead and start, Dr. Pittman, and you can pick up with what I missed, if that's okay. First, Board Member Rogers, she's going to provide some additional information on practices from Milwaukee to Dr. King. Two, next step is the Bill Advisory Council by adding additional resources by Board Member Alton. And Dr. King should bring back a structure for moving forward. Ms. Chavez, they look further at discipline and suspensions data of EL students. Also, Ms. Chavez asked for, consider putting suspended students in contact with community support while they're out of school. Board Member Byer asks about all athletics and books and programs equitable for all students and want something to come back to reflect that. Also, Board Member Byer look at the pre-K enrollment and early literacy strategies. And Board Member Alton, is it a standard that AIG pullouts are occurring in all schools? Dr. Pittman, if you have anything different.
I had from the strategic plan a request for the data on employees disaggregated by employment category. Is that something correct? And then that we would look at restorative practices and how many students are accessing the restorative practice alternative spaces.
May I correct the one, the AIG one? It's actually, I think we know that they're pulling out. What I would like to know is if they're pushing in for K2. Like going in all the classrooms, not segregating some students out of them.
And I think, oh, go ahead, Ms. Chavez. You might be answering the same thing.
I think so. I was just gonna ask for that, excuse me, EL learning coach data.
Oh, that's not what I was gonna say. I think the question around the strategic plan was about students accessing alternatives to suspension programs. Because we have the data on who's in restorative practices.
And Ms. Lewis?
I think it was the equity dashboard, EC exploration.
Any other follow-up items that come to mind, knowing that we can always reach out and maybe connect with you all in the future as well? If not, we will thank our staff for their leadership and I welcome a motion.
I move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Been moved by Chair Umstead, seconded by Ms. Valladares, that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. We are in closed session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. We're back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
I move approval of the personnel report dated January 11th, 2024 as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda, I'll pass it to Mr. Malone. Mr. Malone, can you use your microphone, please? Thank you.
Sorry. The next item is the announcement of a settlement that the board considered in closed session. It reads as follows. I'd like to announce the settlement of the following matter. ES by her guardian ad litem KS versus the Durham Public Schools Board of Education et al. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education has come to settlement with ES and her guardian ad litem KS, with the board's insurance carrier agreeing to pay the plaintiffs $315,000 for a full release of all claims. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Malone. And with that, board, we are adjourned. Thank you.